Are live.
Oh, what up, everyone?
What's up, friends? We're back with more Advance Wars. Hector enjoyed our first time doing versus matches, and I'm gonna play a little bit more. But before we do that, I got this little tier list here to. Now that Hector has actually played the game a little bit, we're gonna
Yes.
hear his opinions on all the units so far. But before we do that, I want to explain why I'm about 20 minutes late. And, well, one, Hector's father was one factor. We won't really get too much into that. The second...
Yeah, don't worry about it. Just
yeah,
had to make more food, that's fine.
yeah. But the second thing is, Elgato is a bitch, and I had to fix its issues again. Yeah, so... Let me just fucking...
technology.
Let me just explain what the fuck happened. Cause, like... Okay, I log in, I get Streamlabs up. I'm like, why can't I hear anything? At first I think it's my headphones. But then I'm like, okay, maybe it's my computer. And sure enough, somehow fucking Elgato put itself as my default audio setting. And for some reason I couldn't change it back. And I'm like, what do you mean I can't change it back? I couldn't remove it from my default, so I had to, like, open Elgato Sound Capture, and, like, it apparently, like, updated and auto-marked some fucking shit because of the update for some fucking reason, so I had to unmark those, and now everything seems to be fucking working, thankfully.
Lovely.
And then, after that, Elgato has more fucking problems. Oh god. I have audio on my phone. Hey Sam, how to call this? But yeah, the capture card freezes up, and it was a bitch trying to get it to unfreeze. Like, I had to unplug shit, I had to fucking change defaults. At one point, I somewhat fixed it, but then, like, the footage was, like, incredibly dark and you could barely see shit. So I had to reset the whole fucking computer, because I didn't want to fucking, like, change the fucking lighting settings, because why would I do that? And thankfully that worked. But, like, Jesus fucking Christ, Elgato.
Boo versus technology. Name a more iconic duo. I swear to God, I don't know why technology fucking hates you.
Not even just me, like, streamers in general, and it's never our fault. It's just technology wants to change its settings by itself for no reason. Because that's amazing.
Honestly, I remember watching this one YouTube short. It was a VTuber, and they're like, listen, if things ever go wrong in stream, please be nice to your VTubers, because we have no clue what alchemy is going on here. I have to plug this in to this, to capture this, to make sure it captures my model into 1-to-1, along with streaming the game while all of this is not going on. And, like, we're not even using, like, a VTuber model for boost streams, but, like, just going from the computer to the Elgato to the console back to the computer to stream it to Twitch, and making sure that everything in each one of those centers is working properly and is connected properly and has the correct settings is such a goddamn nightmare.
Yeah, for real. And, like, we have a very, very simplified stream here, which I do on purpose because, one, why make things complicated when we're just trying to have fun playing games and all that? And two, like, because I like to have that old, comfy, old YouTube Let's Play vibe back in the, like, mid-2000s and early 2010s, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, no, I 100% agree with that. Like, fucking Christ, technology is crazy in that, like, we have so many advanced things that we should be able to do, like, crazy things, but trying to understand the sorcery and alchemy behind it is, like, you feel like an actual wizard, like, decoding runes, trying to figure out what half this shit means.
Let's catch up with chat for a bit. I don't know much about capture cards. Mine is a cheap one from Amazon. Yeah, I have an Elgato that I got for about $150 on Amazon. I probably could have gotten for a cheaper one, but I heard Elgato was, like, the best budget capture card, you know? So, why not? $150 is not too expensive.
How has that budget turned out for you?
Considering it's lasted 5 years with only minor... Like, all things considered, I know I just went on a fucking rant about how unreliable it was today, but like all things considered, it has only had like minor hiccups in the past 5 years of owning it, so I would say that was well worth budget.
That's fair. That's fair.
Mine was
Not
like 20
sponsored, by the way, but
yeah.
yeah, not sponsored. Just actual review of Elgato.
Yeah, because like I like just being able to set things and never have to fucking deal with it, and that's why like
set and forget it is such a valuable thing to have.
Yeah, that's why like when something goes wrong, it's because it's like I didn't do anything. Technology did something, so that's why it's always a bitch to fucking fix it. Because I always prefer to just not mess with things once they're set up. Mine was like $20 Canadian, barely a dongle. Yeah. There's definitely some cheaper options. I just went with Elgato because, you know, mix of high quality and, like, cheap, you know? I'm sure there's, like, something better, but, eh. Plus, it's not hard knowing the sound is good because you can't hear it from that side. Yeah. Audio is still very... Audio is probably the hardest fucking thing, though. Yeah, let's get some shoutouts out of the way. Also, Lady Bobot has new reactions. If you say hi or shut up, she'll react.
She better be sassy if I tell her to shut up.
Yeah, like, just try it in chat. Just type in shut up, and she'll, like, tell you to shut up.
I like that.
Yeah, and if anybody has any suggestions on what else we can make her do, because I want to make my bot have, like, personality. She's part of the team, you know? Give her things to do. She already runs the daily tickets and such. That reminds me, is it? Okay, yeah, mix it up's open. But Lady Bobot seems cool. You don't have to tell her to shut up. You can just say shut up at all, and she'll react to it.
You should.
Like here, I'll do it just to show off. No, you shut up. But anyway, let's get this tier list started. We'll get some nice cozy music for this little tier list. What are we thinking of?
Yeah, good cozy.
Good song.
Let's see.
We'll listen to Sam.
It's gotta be something. Yeah, I was about to say, let's put on some like lo-fi Advanced Wars or something.
Yeah, I got the gallery soundtrack up here. Like chat can't see it, but that's the game. That's where I have the Elgato on right now. So.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, we're just on browser source for right now. But yeah, here we have all the units from Advanced Wars 1 and 2. I guess we'll just go in order. So, what is your opinion on infantry?
So, I do want to put a disclaimer out there before I rank anything. I'm going to be assuming these units are just their general versions. Assume that if, like, your CO has, like, synergy with the unit, they would be higher up. Like,
yeah, that's
all
fair.
your direct units with max, it's like, yeah, go ahead, push those up like 2 tiers because, dude, it's fucking max. Like, especially if we're playing Advanced Wars with 1 max, like.
Recons like, that could just one-shot infantry casually.
Yeah, that was absurd. Okay.
So yeah, we're assuming
like,
no CO powers at all.
Yeah. This is just assuming the units, the vanilla units.
They're Olaf units.
Yeah, really. All right, so starting with infantry. Honestly, I think infantry. I underestimated how good infantry would actually end up being. That being said, I also think infantry is both better and worse than I thought it was. It's better in that, like, yo, these motherfuckers are cheap. They get out there effectively. They are the, like, very much the bread and butter of your army of, like, you need dudes to do things, and infantry always has something to do. They're either moving towards an objective, they're either holding spot as fodder, or they are capturing both cities and or bases for you. Like these guys do a lot. So I feel like I can't put them any lower than an A. Like, they're just too well-rounded. They're too cheap. They're they're just like such a valuable unit to have. They are the early building blocks of which you will build the rest of your army on. That I can't put them any lower than an
A. And you said you had like some problems with infantry you wanted to mention.
Yeah. So the things that I thought about infantry were not as good as that they ended up being. Is at first I thought, like, because when I was first playing against you, you kind of like Zerg rushed with infantry. I was like, oh, that's kind of broken. Like, let me try that. But the map changed, and I didn't realize that the map dynamics changed to make infantry not as good on that map. And that's the thing where I noticed, yes, they are incredibly cheap, but you are also getting what you paid for. So like, yeah, they're only 1,000 to deploy, but like, they can also kind of clog up if you put too many of them out there. Like, and there are some maps where it's just like, after they are done doing their thing, they don't do anything left. They don't do anything else. Like, okay, cool, I got some dudes. Like, they do get outclassed pretty quickly, if on certain maps. Like, it's like, oh boy, I got my infantry out. Oh boy, they just put out their artillery and their tank and their medium tanks. It's like, oh yeah, these infantry aren't doing a whole lot. That being said, I do think the pros outweigh the cons on infantry, and I would still put them in A.
Okay, so A is your final answer.
Yeah, I would still put them in A. I just I kind of had a roller coaster of emotions, like learning about infantry. That being said, mech are in a interesting spot for me. They cost 3,000, right, to deploy mechs?
3,000.
Yeah. So they cost 3 times as much as infantry. They do pack a bit more of a punch. They are they can kind of do the same thing as infantry that you want them to do. But like at 3 times the cost, you have some push and pull. I actually do think they're really well designed. In the way that, like, okay, you can have them do the same thing as an infantry does, but if you're using them for the infantry's role, you're just paying 3 times as much for a unit who you could have spent 1,000 on and gotten 3 units for. That being said, I actually do think mechs are a little bit better than infantry, in the sense that, like, they don't really get outclassed as hard as the straight-up infantry do. But that does come with a slightly higher cost. Like, you can't really spam mechs at the end of a turn to, like, okay, I have all this stuff, I need to deploy some units, that way I still have actions for next turn and the turn after that, since Advanced Wars plays in a very much, like, 2 turns ahead mindset. So I do think that their extra cost does somewhat bite them in the ass for when you just need, like, fodder troops. But they are better as, like, quote-unquote fodder troops because they fight a lot better. I would still put them in A, though. These are great units.
Okay, it's actually interesting what you bring up about mechs, because back in the early days of competitive Advanced Wars, the strategy was, in fact, to just spam mechs. But as you
doesn't surprise me.
But as you mentioned, infantry are 3 times as cheap. So infantry spam hard counters mech spam.
Yeah, which is why I think that it's actually really well designed on how these are costed against each other. Because it's like I said, the mechs, like they actually pack a bit more of a punch. They can actually fight some things. But if you're going mech versus infantry, like, the difference isn't so big that they're going to...
Yeah, it's like, even though the mech is stronger than the infantry, you're still losing the engagement, because even though the mech did more damage...
3 times as much.
Exactly.
Which is a really, really cool dynamic. It actually reminds me of, like, Magic the Gathering, in the sense that, like, your mechs are like your 2/2s for 3 mana. It's like, it's not a great rate, but it is objectively better than a 1 mana 1/1 in combat. But a 1 mana 1/1, you can spam out 1 mana 1/1s for days if you have the cards. And it's like, there is a bit of a push and pull there. It's like, if your deck is, I want to put out a bunch of 3 mana 2/2s, and your opponent's deck is, I want to put out a bunch of 1 mana 1/1s, you will get overwhelmed, even if your creatures are better on rate. Which is just a really cool dynamic.
So, I'm not gonna consider this into the ranking, but I want to bring up something that I want to hear your opinion on.
Okay.
In Days of Ruin, that's the fourth game of the advanced part of the War series,
Okay.
which doesn't even have like all the COs we know. But anyway, they did some changes to infantry and mechs. Infantry in Days of Ruin actually cost 1,500, and mechs went down to costing 2,500.
I don't like that on paper.
Okay.
I'd have to actually play it in practice to see how that works out. But I actually think the 3-to-1 dynamic on mechs versus infantry is a really good dynamic.
Mm-hmm.
Because it keeps that balance of like, if the game state is about mechs versus infantry, the mechs will lose despite being the better units because you can feel because the cost is so much more worth it to just build infantry. But if you need to like go to the high, like if you're going for like a more mid-range fight of like we're spending on like slightly more expensive units, that's where the mechs shine. Whereas if you increase the cost of infantry to 1,500 and lower the cost of mechs to 2,500, like the mechs do get better because like, but now I don't know if you necessarily have that same dynamic with the infantry because now instead of it being a 3-to-1 for cost of infantry versus mechs, it's closer to 2-to-1, maybe 2.5-to-1, and that's not as clean and elegant. Also, it muddies the math on things in a way that I don't think really works out all that elegantly. Like I said, it's something I'd have to see in practice. But on paper, like comparing this to just like resource cost, it doesn't feel like it's all that great. Because then at that point, it's like, outside of my early development terms, should I ever even really consider infantry over mechs? Because they aren't so much more expensive that I'm getting that I could just like flood the field with units if I need more units. Like at that point, it's like, it might actually just be better to just take the slightly extra costed mechs because you can't as elegantly put out as many infantry for the same cost that you would put out a single mech.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's fair. I haven't actually played Days of Ruin, so I couldn't even give my own opinion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
Let's move on to the recon.
these motherfuckers feel like the biggest bait to me.
How so?
These guys are bullies in the sense, are like straight up bullies in the sense that if you're fucking with, if the game is about fucking around with mecha and infantry, these motherfuckers just mow them down, and it's hilarious. But the second you put anything bigger than them or slightly more threatening to them, I feel like these motherfuckers fold instantly.
Pretty much. They're mostly like there to like save money on like, you know, kill the enemy's capture game while you're still capturing, but you don't want to invest in a tank quite yet.
Yeah, and they're in this really awkward mid-range. Like, they are not quite strong enough to deal with anything bigger than them, but they bully the fuck out of infantry and mechs in a way that's really, really funny.
And even like, then, like, arguably the mechs, because the mechs hit as hard as regular tanks, so if that mech is on terrain, then it's a cost-effective engagement for the mech.
Yeah. But like it's still one of those things of like the high movement does help out a lot. Like, in fact, recons move, and that is very valuable. Like I said though, like I'm sorry to put this in Magic the Gathering terms again. I've just had Magic on the brain because I've been playing a lot. These guys feel like they're like the 3-mana 2/3s. Like, they're a bit better than the mechs. And they would obviously beat the mechs and the infantry in battle and like live to tell the tale, but it doesn't take much more for mechs and infantry to like gang up and beat a recon. And once you start paying more for like tanks, medium tanks, artillery, like anything bigger than it, it just like it feels like it falls off too hard. It just feels like it's. I feel like there's a very specific window of opportunity when you want to build recon, and I think the really good players at Advanced Wars are going to be the ones who can figure out when building recon is good to attack your opponent's mechs and infantry, and then never deploying them again because they're not good enough to keep deploying.
One question. You have not played Fog yet, have you?
No, I have not.
Okay, I will just say Recons become a lot better in Fog because they have the highest vision.
That is a nice utility, but that's more of like a specific scenario.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that utility is quite strong enough to change my opinion on them. They are really that is a really good thing to have, but like it's situational. Like if we're just playing
in a fog match, it's very good, but that's kind of another thing. Like standard and fog are considered two different things, but so you kind of have to rank recons differently depending on standard or. So are we saying like all around, or are we just saying specifically standard?
I would say all around, but even assuming fog, I don't think it changes my opinion on them enough to bump them past the B that I would put them on.
All right.
I do think that is a good thing to consider, though. I do think that is a very good thing to consider.
Okay. So where would you rank recons?
I would put them in B.
B tier, okay.
Yeah. I don't think they're bad units, but I don't think they're great units. And like I said, I do think they get outclassed pretty quickly. The high mobility and vision is nice, though.
One small thing I like about recons is that they're not good at it, but they can, like, chip a battlecopter as a fuck you to the battlecopter, and I think that's kind of fun to do. Like, you're probably losing the recon, but, like, you're paying half the price, so I don't think it, like, for a unit that moves so fast and is mostly like, well, you did your job already by killing some infantry, here, chip that battlecopter so it hurts my tank less.
Yeah, you can get more, like, incidental value out of recons, but I do think that, like, there's a time and a place when you should be building them, and then after that, stop building them. Like, I wasn't
trying to, like, change your mind about recons with that. I'm just saying that's a funny thing I like about recons.
Yeah, and that's completely fair. Like, honestly, I learned the recon lesson the hard way, so that's why I'm a little bit down on them, because you kind of blew me out when we were playing last time. Because I remember building recons and thinking like, oh, I'm gonna get here really fast. I'm gonna like block this off, and you're like, lol, have a medium tank, and I'm like, oh, never mind. It was really funny.
Alright, the APC.
Okay, this is the other bait unit, and I say that knowing that I got baited by them, and it was entirely my fault. These units are actually really good. I actually saw you doing some really spicy tech with them that I was like, I need to learn that. I need to incorporate that into my game plan. Which is you moved up your artillery 2 spaces behind the space that you wanted to, like, attack. Then you put an APC in front of the artillery so that your infantry that you needed to fodder in to be able to, like, hold the position that you wanted to, like, fight for, you would put the APC in front of them so that they could enter the APC, and that would be their movement, and then you would use the APC to deploy them forward, giving you not only +1 movement, but also you could store a unit in the APC so that if I ever did break through that first unit, you would just immediately deploy another one. It was a vile tactic, and I loved it. I thought that was super fucking cool. I was like, holy shit, that was real. It was on that
the Andy versus Drake map we had last time.
Yeah, I was blown away by it. That was so cool. That was like incredibly cool.
Yeah, the competitive community called it boosting, and it's actually more broken on the Advanced Wars by web, because funny story about it, it was glitched in the website where when you like deploy the unit, the APC doesn't lose its turd.
Oh, that's disgusting. Holy shit.
Yeah, and like that was a glitch, and like they know how to fix it, but then like the community loved it so much the developers decided not to fix it.
That's super cool. That's honestly fucking fire. But yeah, no, APCs, like I said, I got baited by, um, I did not realize their utility. I also didn't really know what I was doing with them. So like that's why when I used them, they were very poor. When you use them, I felt like I could never break through anything. Like literally putting your APC in front of your artillery and using it to boost your infantry's position made such an impenetrable wall on that fucking bridge surrounded by mountains that I was like, I'm going to be fighting a losing battle here because he's already entrenched himself and I could never move my artillery in without them taking fire and just being less effective. Like it, I could never actually do that. And then you moved your second one in on the bottom hand corner to cover my port, and I was just like, I can never break this. I can never actually get in and like move these guys out. This is such an entrenched position, and it was all because you were able to use the APC. Um, I feel like this would be like maybe my first S tier, but I can't. I don't feel like I can put.
I will say, I think that's a very map dependent strategy.
Yeah, and that was the other thing I was going to bring up is that I do think you need specific scenarios to put it out, and I think them not being a combat unit at all does actually hurt. Mm-hmm. Like I actually think that was a very very intelligent decision on IS's part to make APC not have any combat capabilities.
So, fun fact, in Super Famicom Wars, they actually did. They were about as strong as a recon.
That's fucking disgusting.
But, like, APCs were also trash in Super Famicom Wars because they had other problems. Like, in Super Famicom Wars, when you load a unit into a transport, the transport loses its turn.
Oh.
And also, the other big problem with them, if a transport takes damage, the infantry inside also takes damage.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they were like a lot more trash back in the day.
Yeah, that being said, I do think it was a very smart decision to make them not combat units. And I do actually like that you can kind of make a bulwark of them, like after you've deployed them, if you don't have any more use for them for transporting units, if you can't like do the artillery entrenchment tactic,
mm-hmm.
that they can just be like, I need a unit here that the opponent has to get through before I get to anything else. And it's like, yeah, you lose some, but sometimes just putting the roadblock in the way is good enough to give you the time to like get your other combat units to the front line that you need to. And I think that is still valuable.
Mm-hmm. Did you have one other? Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say, if we had like an A+ tier, I would put APC there, because right now I'm hovering between A and F, and I don't know which.
I'll bring this up to like maybe convince you of one specific tier. The competitive scene discourages building APCs because they're almost as valuable as tanks.
Okay. Yeah, going by that perspective, I would probably put them at the top of A then. I would probably put them at the top of A.
Artillery.
Like, very good unit.
Oh, go ahead.
Like, very good unit. I'll just summarize what I said. Very good unit. You've got some spice with them. I do think they are very well designed. And I do think there is some cool things you can do with them. Them not being a combat unit does hurt them, but that is a very intelligent thing to do, and so I applaud them for not being combat units. I applaud IS for not doing that to them, because I actually do think that is a very smart decision.
Okay.
All right. Moving on to artillery. I have such mixed feelings about artillery, because on the one hand, I think they are the type of unit that, like, if you get them to work, they are so difficult to deal with. But they have all of these, like, steps that you have to, like, go through to get them to work.
Mm-hmm.
But then again, the thing that I've learned the most about Advanced Wars is Advanced Wars is very much a game you have to plan steps ahead of. If you're just trying to play Advanced Wars like you would Fire Emblem, where it's like, this turn I do this and this and this and this, and like maybe I'll ball up for this and then move all my units as a unit as a core and we'll go from there. If you're not thinking ahead in Advanced Wars, I feel like you get punished extremely hard. And artillery are the type of units who like you need to plan ahead for, but the game already rewards you for doing that, so I don't actually consider that to be a significant downside to them.
Mm-hmm.
And like I said, that being said, once they're entrenched, holy shit, these things are hard to unlock. So I would probably... I think I have to put them in top of A next to the APC. I don't know above or below. I don't think it matters too much. But they're so good when they're set up. But like, if you ever fall behind in the artillery mirror, you're never entrenching it, and that's both an upside for them and a downside for them. The upside is that like if you get to entrench that, you're fucking golden. The downside is if you're not the person who entrenched them, oh god, you're fighting an uphill battle that's probably never going to be broken at it. It's really hard, at least from my perspective, to untrench an artillery.
Mm-hmm.
And they do a lot. Like, I was surprised at like how much they do, and it just feels like the range on them when they're actually entrenched, it just feels like you're crossing the beaches of Normandy and you're hoping you can make it. Like, it's rough. Okay. So next up is what? Tanks?
Regular tanks.
Okay. These guys are kind of good. I think they are pretty. I kind of feel like there's a similar argument between the tanks and the medium tanks that you can make with the mech and infantry. Like, you have the smaller, cheaper one, and then you have the bigger one that just like hits harder. But unlike the mech to infantry, how much does the tank versus medium tank cost?
A tank is 7,000. A medium tank is 16,000.
Yeah. Okay. So this is where that like interesting dynamic that dynamic that you were telling me from Advanced Wars DS, was it?
Days of Ruin.
Days of Ruin. Okay. Where you're saying how they changed the price on the mech to the infantry. I feel like that's the dynamic that the tank and the medium tank have. However, I'm more okay with it here because you're not going to be spamming out tanks in the same way that you would be spamming out infantry. They're just not cheap enough to actually do until you're like actually having like until you have a ton of resources. And by the time you have those extra amount of resources, you probably want to be spending your resources on maybe more cost efficient things to deal with what your opponent's doing, or you're trying to build bigger things to try and go over the top, or you're trying to build like naval or air units to attack them from angles that they're not expecting. So I think the tanks are good. I don't really have anything bad to say about them. They're kind of slow. That's like my only issue with them. But they can go on a... If I remember
6
correctly.
movement is slow.
What was the... Oh, was I just like hit by like a terrain debuff or something? Because I swear these things move like 3 units. I thought they were really slow.
No, the tanks move 6 movement. You might be thinking of, like, when we were doing our Andy versus Drake match, I made it rain, and you got terrain penalties because of the rain.
Oh, that's what... Okay, that's what it was. Because I was like, I don't remember the tanks moving out that quickly.
Yeah, that was the last game you played, so that might have altered your perception somewhat.
Yeah, that probably did. Okay, then yeah, in that case, yeah, these feel like they're pretty good units.
Bread and butter of the army, basically.
Yeah, I feel like I have to put them in like, with that regard, like, thinking about it, I think I just have to put them in S. I think they're just, like, I don't think they're top of S, but I do think they're just, like, a good unit. Like, tanks are what I would consider, like, you know how I was saying, like, recons get bullied?
Yeah.
Like, this is what bullies the recon, and this is also what, like, kind of changes, like, once people start building tanks, the entire game changes because now you're leveling up your resources in the sense that like we're fighting a bigger fight. We are advancing our war, so to speak.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, tanks are good though. Tanks are really good. All right. Next is what? Anti-air?
Anti-air tank.
All right. So these are specifically good against flyers. Any of the area.
They also kill infantry quicker than regular tanks.
Yeah. I think these are pretty good. I just never found a spot to use them. Same with the missiles and rockets when we get to those. I don't think they're bad on paper. How much do they cost compared to the tank again?
8,000 compared to the tank's 7,000.
Oh, what the fuck?
Yeah, and tanks counter anti-air, but anti-air counter the tanks counter the battlecopter.
Yeah. Okay.
It's like the big weapon triangle of Advance Wars.
That's really good. Oh god, yeah, because I didn't really get to use these guys. I didn't have much experience.
Yeah, we didn't really do like ground to air. The only air map we did was that stupid triangle map.
Yeah, yeah, the one where I was like, okay, where our infantry got out, did their thing, then became useless. Then it became you built a battlecopter, I built an anti-air, and it's like, oh, I guess that's the entire map. Woo, let's go. Yeah, that was such a shitty map. Holy shit. Yeah, so I didn't really get a good...
Thinking about that map further, like, even if I was Eagle, you would still win because your anti-air are better than mine. And,
yeah.
like, if we made the general bins agreement, okay, well, let's just ban Max then, because who can really stand up to Max in that specific map? Well, then Eagle just becomes too overpowered.
Yeah, yeah it's just this, like, constant problem of, like, switching the goalpost around. Yeah, I think I have to put them next to tanks. I don't know if I like would put them above or below, because of like the triangle dynamic they have with the battlecopter. That being said, little preview, I do think the battlecopter might be the worst of the three.
Oh, really?
Only because it's like it's kind of expensive to build, and I feel like if they ever just put out an anti-air, like the battlecopter just like it's like the maneuverability you have with the flying unit is valuable, but like you kind of get checked by the range of the anti-air. And so since you have to play so many moves ahead, it feels like you're kind of like Zerg rushing your battlecopter in to try and get value before it gets blown up by an anti-air if they have an anti-air. That's at least how I perceive it. I might be totally wrong about it. Like I said, I am too advanced. Yeah. But that's how it feels like the dynamic would be.
Okay. Next we got the most meme unit of Advance Wars. This is the equivalent of Archer than Fire Emblem.
Yeah, I didn't play these because you told me they were Archers and Fire Emblem, and I just completely wrote them off. How much? Like, can you give me a rundown on what these are supposed to do?
So missiles.
Because I never got to play them.
So, you know how rockets work, at least, right?
Yeah.
Missiles are just rockets for air units. They have the same range, they have 3-5 range, they have 4 movement, and they move on tires, so it costs 3 movement just to 3 of their 4 movement to go through 1 forest tile, and 2 of their 4 movement to go through 1 plains tile.
Couldn't you just build an anti-air?
Yeah, that's pretty much the problem with missiles.
This unit sucks! Holy shit, this unit is garbage!
Yeah.
Oh, that's awful! Holy shit!
And they cost 12,000.
For a little bit more, I could build 2 anti-air. I could effectively build a tank in an anti-air. Wow, these are awful.
Missiles have one very niche use. If you manage to get your missile in range of an enemy airport, they can't build anything because it'll just immediately destroy, because missiles do 100% damage to all air units.
That's hilarious, but that's
incredibly fucking niche.
Yeah,
like, good luck getting the missile over there.
yeah, like how do you move it over there? Like, holy shit! Like that's one of those like you know the meme about like the you get like $1 billion, but there's a snail that if it touches you, you instantly die, but it's moving at a snail's pace towards you constantly. That's what I feel like the missiles are. It's like if you let this happen to you, which I probably shouldn't say because you'll probably do this to me and I'll probably lose to it. But if you let a missile's like post up on your airport like that and just like completely blow it out of the water because it's in range of your airport, you probably deserve to lose that round. You probably deserve to lose that round.
I will say, there was one time I made missiles work, and that's the only time I can recall I ever, like, was glad I deployed missiles. And even then, it only worked because I was playing Grit and he has one more range on his missiles.
So you needed a CO to make with an ability to extend your range by 1, so that it lowered the turn count you needed to move this motherfucker over to the airport to make it threatening, to make this niche situation happen. Yeah, these units are awful.
Where you think you'll put them?
If I just put them in G, I don't think anyone's gonna care. Right?
No.
Like, holy shit, that's awful.
And like,
it's absolutely awful.
Let me like also bring up this in missile. In competitive advance wars, like a common before I yield tactic is like the GG missile. Like, I surrender, I'm deploying a missile.
So, wow, okay, yeah, let's put those in G and move on. That's hilarious. Holy shit.
Alright, let's move on to rockets then. And, like, just to add insult to injury, the rocket has one more movement than the missile.
That's so funny. And rockets are just, they're just good against, ground units, and...
Yeah, they're basically stronger artillery. They have 3-5 range, but they move on tires, and, they cost 15,000 compared to the artillery 6,000.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, these, I didn't, once again, I didn't get a chance to play with these. These feel like they're kind of like the recon version of this, where it's like, you could build these, but I feel like they're gonna get bullied out pretty easily. But unlike the recon, I don't think these are a defensible purchase. Because I don't think there's a great opportunity looking at like just the other units that we're about to get to.
Mm-hmm.
And how I feel like the tempo of Advanced Wars goes, that I feel like there's a great opportunity to build rockets. But unlike artillery, rockets can move and attack in the same turn, right?
No.
No? Okay. Then, yeah, oh, man. That's actually, no, that's kind of hard, because you could also go... Oh, wait. Hold on, I just thought of something that might could...
Actually, some really fucking obscure thing about missiles compared to rockets. For some reason, missiles take slightly less damage from machine gun fire.
Woo! Let's go! gotta get those small dubs. Let's go.
Yeah, like, Recon's hard counter, or not really hard counter, but they check rockets, but, like, they don't check missiles as much.
Woo. Wow. Yeah, well, because I was just thinking, it's like, wait, they have one...
What did you say?
The rockets have one more range than the artillery.
Artillery have 2-3 range, rockets have 3-5 range, so they have a wider maximum range, but they have a smaller... They have a bigger blind spot min range, you know?
Yeah, but I'm just imagining you could do, like, maybe this is just a trauma response to that one fucking map where you blocked me out of the game. But I'm just imagining something... You have the APC, you have the artillery behind the APC, and you have
rockets behind the artillery. I did think of doing that.
And I was just thinking about that, and I'm like, you're never breaking that. You can't ever get out, especially with the mountain terrain, you can never get a unit to move enough to be able to break that. That seems so indefensible. Like you have to attack it from like the sea or the air and like blitzkrieg in and hope it's good enough. Like that's like I said, maybe that's just a trauma response, but that seems really good. I'm gonna hedge my bets a little bit. I'm gonna put it in B above recon because I do think that's a defensible thing to do. Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's gross. Oh, that seems like it. You just like fortress up, and it's so fucking hard to break that. Yeah. I think I have to. I think I have to put them above recon. Yeah.
Okay. Now we move on to one of my favorite units, the medium tank.
Yeah, I was actually about to say medium tank, my beloved. Let's go. Oh man, these things are monsters. I was surprised at like how fucking like beefy these motherfuckers are. I remember trying to throw things at them. Tail whip, anything.
Oh, you're cutting out a bunch now.
Oh. I remember trying to like fight these things by like trying to wear them down because I just didn't have anything that could like take them on directly. So I was thinking like, yeah, I'll just throw some things at them and like wear them down. And I was like, why did that not do anything? Why did this just bulldoze through everything? I was like, holy shit, this thing is a monster. That being said,
oh shit, Asterion, thanks for the sub.
Ayo, thank you. How much did these guys cost again? I forget.
16,000.
That's fucking disgusting.
Yeah, compared to a tank 7,000, so more than twice as much, but like, even though it's twice as much, it's more than twice as much of a tank. 2 tanks is not exactly equal a medium tank.
Yeah. Yeah, or you could buy a rocket. I'm kidding. Yeah, goddamn. No, the medium tanks are vicious. I think I have to put them at S tier. These things feel like they just dominate. Like when you play when you put a medium tank into play, you're like, I would put it above the tank.
Where in S tier do you think?
Above the tank.
Above the tank, okay.
Yeah. Because these things are another one of those big like tempo shifts of like, once we start deploying medium tanks, like, okay, this changes the dynamic of the game. Like, the first person to deploy the medium tank and get it into play, it's like, oh shit. Everything below it kind of like, because yeah, like you said, like yeah, it costs twice, like a little bit more than twice as much as 2 regular tanks, but getting 2 regular tanks does not beat a medium tank. Like you get a big jump in value for the price that you're paying, and that's pretty powerful in my opinion.
Moving on to even scarier Neo tank.
This one okay, so I actually did get to deploy this one against you, and it was a monster. It kind of was the only thing that like let me like have any position on the island, on that center island on that one map. That being said, I feel like I deployed it wrong. I think I should have had that up front line trying to like fight other things rather than trying to take that island. I think trying to last ditch effort take the island was a mistake. I think that was just like a bad idea on my part. I shouldn't have done that. That being said, the Neo tanks are fucking scary. That being said, even though I did make the wrong decision on trying to take that island with the Neo tank, that thing fucked everything on that island. Holy shit! It was like, I remember you threw like 3 things at it and it did like 2 damage to it, and then it obliterated them, and then like I finally got to move it back to try and do something with it, but by that point like I already could see it. I couldn't. But like, holy shit, the Neo tank just like actually like bulldozed everything. This thing is insanely powerful. That being said, it is very expensive, and I'm not sure if you get to the point of needing it. It's like this big splashy play that like, yeah, it can take over the game, but I feel like the game should be over before, like, assuming like equally skilled players and no stupid random shenanigans bullshit with busted COs. I don't think the game ever gets to the point where you need Neo tanks.
Yeah, outside of playing on high funds mode, normally a medium tank is more than enough. And it was like a big debate over the years, like, what's better, the medium tank or the Neo tank? Because the Neo tank, for its big price increase, is only 10% more durable than the medium tank. And if you have a medium tank fight a Neo tank and it strikes first, it's an even engagement, so the medium tank wins because of cost-effective value. That said, the Neo tank has one more movement, twice the fuel, and like one more ammo.
Yeah, so it can play the long
game.
game.
It's like 40% stronger than the medium tank too.
Yeah, I like I said, I think the biggest thing holding back the Neo tank is not it's definitely not its stats. This thing is a house.
Mm-hmm.
Like, this thing is scary. The thing that I think that holds it back is the price and but the biggest thing I think is the opportunity. Yeah. I don't think there's ever going to be a big opportunity to deploy Neo tanks outside of, like you said, high fund like maps or engagements. In which case it does great, but like you need that specific scenario. Otherwise, I think the medium tank does. So I would actually probably put this, despite how strong it is, I'd probably put it in B tier. I don't think you just ever get I don't think you get the opportunity to use it, and I think, despite how good something is, if you never get the chance to like use it, then was it even valued? Because like it's not like you're even like threatening to put it out as like a tactic, because by the time you would get to the point where you could field multiples of the Neo tanks, the game should be over because you should have already been able to medium tanks and run over your opponent's stuff.
Mm-hmm. They are a good counter for medium tanks if you see one being deployed, but is it worth saving up for one?
Yeah, and that's where the opportunity cost comes in, and why I don't think it's all that great. Like, it's such a powerful thing to be able to do, but you're just never going to get the opportunity realistically to do it outside of specific scenarios. If you do get it though, it's a house. It'll slam.
Yeah, that's partially why Colin is so disgusting, because he deploys Neo tanks that only slightly higher other people get medium tanks out.
Yeah. But Colin's also like a messed up unit, so it's like
Colin is also banned, so
yeah, it's like oh no, the busted unit got to do the busted thing with another busted thing. It's like, yeah, no shit. You kind of wanted the character select screen, like
yeah,
like no shit.
All right, on to air units.
Okay, air units I have a mixed bag on.
Okay.
Because like ironically, I feel like I have a better opinion of sea units than I do of air units, and that might just because of the map that we played. I actually liked the dynamic that sea units had. Whereas air units, I don't know. Like, okay, so the transport copter on its own, merits, I think is good. I think this is just a good unit to build. Mm-hmm. If you're in a map that you need to get across ravines, or you need to get across mountaintops, or you need to do something to be able to like get your units to and from places very quickly, I think the transport copter is actually really good.
Yeah.
That being said, it is a little bit more on the expensive side.
It's the same cost as an APC.
Was it? I thought
they're both 5,000.
Oh. Can you do the same trick with the APC that you can with the battlecopter?
Yeah.
Or the transport copter?
Yeah.
That seems insane then. Maybe my perspective is just colored from that stupid triangle map.
Maybe. They're also frailer than APCs.
Yeah, I don't think that matters though, all that much, because like because it's also a non-combat. right?
Yeah.
So, like, you're going to be doing the same things with it. In that case, isn't it just a better... No, because you need an airport to make it versus the APC, which you need just a base.
Yeah. Like, I personally think the transport copter is better, but that doesn't... The transport copter alone does not invalidate the need to build APCs. Like, APCs can refuel other units that are running low on fuel. And with a transport copter, you have to worry about its fuel more, because if a transport copter runs out of fuel, it fucking dies.
It blows up.
It fucking dies, whereas an APC runs out of fuel. Well, okay, well, you just need to make another APC, and there you go, it has its fuel back.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I would probably have to put this as worse than the APC, but, like, not by much. I think if you're in a scenario where you need to make transport copters, you're not going to be upset.
Yeah.
Thinking about it more. Yeah, I would put them right behind them.
Oh, another advantage, you said,
obviously,
well, you brought up, you need airports to build them, but that's, actually kind of their strength, is that you don't need to use a base to build a transport copter, so you can, build more units in your bases compared to an APC.
On paper, I don't feel like that matters too much, but that might be something that's just above.
Yeah, it gets your unit count up higher, yeah.
Yeah, I think I still stand by that. I think I would still put them behind the APC. Good unit, though.
The Battlecopter.
Now, I did say I thought that this one was the weakest of that triangle. That being said, this is still a stupidly good unit.
Mm-hmm.
So let me preface that. I do think these are an tier unit. Like, I will say that out of the gate. These guys move very fast. They're very aggressive. You can kind of just, rush in and get shit done with them. And then fly out. Like, these are, the epitome of what I feel like a flying unit is in Advanced Wars. That being said, I do think the fact that they get checked by anti-airs is pretty rough, because it's not that hard to build a tank and then support it with an anti-air. To deal with the Battlecopter. And I don't feel like you can do the same two-part triangle tactic with the other things. Like, I don't think you can go tank Battlecopter to deal with an anti-air, or Battlecopter anti-air to deal with a tank. Yeah, I don't think those scenarios work out the same way.
Okay.
In practice, at least it doesn't feel like it would. Especially since you also need an airport to build a Battlecopter, whereas you can build a tank and anti-airs on base. So they pair a lot more. They naturally synergize a lot better than the Battlecopter.
Okay.
Triangle. But yeah, like I said, I do think these are good units. I just think that they're the weakest of the triangle because of the airport. Still good units though.
Yeah. Moving on to the fighter.
Okay, so I did get to play I think I tried them once and then I got blown the fuck, and I didn't know what I was doing with them, so I don't remember.
Fighters are anti-air air units.
Okay.
They have the highest movement range in the game. They cost 20,000. Compared to a Battlecopter costing 9,000.
These don't sound very good, because I get the idea of okay, cool, I get to anti-air with a super high mobility unit that does not have any movement restrictions because I'm an air unit.
Mm-hmm.
That being said, though, I don't feel like I would want to counter an air unit with an air unit. I feel like I would want to counter an air unit with anti-airs, which are just much easier, which are much easier to make because they're bases. Whereas fighters, you need to use an air. If we're already in the air combat, if we're already in the scenario where we have air combat, I think the natural synergy between tanks and anti-airs would do a lot better to stave off error attacks than building a fighter to combat the battle copters would be.
All right.
This makes me want to put them in. I think they're below Neotank, but above rockets. Because I could still see a defensible use for them because they do have such high movement. But like I said, using an air unit to counter an air unit doesn't feel like it's that impactful compared to just being able to counter them with the natural synergy between.
Yeah. All right.
Bombers. These are anti-ground units, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, these ones seem really good. These I like a lot.
7 movement, 22,000.
Yeah, these ones I like a lot better than the fighters because like I think these use the mobility of being a flying unit really, really well because you're countering things on the ground. Like these just like fuck up infantry and
they fuck up any ground unit really.
Yeah, and mechs and tanks and whatnot. Like, yeah, you're right. They do kind of just fuck up everything. And they move in. They've got the movement to go in and actually do what I feel like I want a battlecopter to do a lot of the time. So I think these are pretty good. I don't have a lot. I didn't really get to use these much. You did use these against me, and I felt like I got fucking blown out of the water on them, or I should say, blown off the ground. Ayo. That I feel like I want to put them in A. I just don't know where. Because, like, they feel like they would be... Actually, maybe... Are these the anti-artillery units? Because they've got the movement to, like, move in on an entrenched artillery setup and blow up the artillery to, like...
You could do that with a battlecopter, to be honest.
Yeah, you could do that with a battlecopter. Oh, man.
But I mean, a bomber will do it better.
Yeah.
But it also costs more than twice as much.
Yeah, that's where I'm like oohing and ahhing on this. This is another one where I think if I had an A+, I would maybe put it there. Actually, no. No, this is a solid A. This is a solid. I just don't know where in A. Because it's like, it doesn't have the same utility that like an artillery or the AP transport copter has. But the fact that it can be like an anti of those is like valuable, but it is very expensive. I think the more I'm thinking about it, because I also think it's a little bit more situation, I think it needs to go bottom of A. I think it's worse than infantry. Even though it does beat infantry in like 10-0 matchup.
Yeah. Now we move on to naval units.
Okay, so these ones I was actually very intrigued by. Like, I actually like the dynamic that these bring to a game. That being said, I also feel like these are the easiest class of units to just, like, be a total nothing bird. That being said, I don't think that applies to the lander. I think the lander is actually a very good transport. You can kind of use it as like a coast, like on the coast of a map, to transport stuff in the same way that you would do an AP. But you can also transport it to sea and across things and across ravines and whatnot. And I think that's actually really cool. That being said, like all naval units, it needs a port, which kind of sucks.
It's also the only It's also the only transport that transfers more than just infantry.
Yeah, which is the other.
It's also 12,000 compared to the other transports costing 5,000.
Yeah, so like you are getting some upside, because I do think that the being able to move vehicles is like a big upside of it, and being able to slide along the coast and just treat it like an APC with a like slightly more limited range is pretty valuable.
Mm-hmm.
If it comes up, I think these are pretty good, but it has to come up. So in that regard, I think it's an A tier, but it's like
bottom of A tier.
No, actually, no. I think because of just how niche naval is. I think it needs to go to like behind the neotank, because I could see a situation where like, yes, we're going to be building neotanks. It's not common, but if you do need to do it, like neotanks don't. Whereas landers, it's like if you're building landers because the map allows for it, they're cool, but they're not necessarily better than the transport copter or the APC.
Outside of like transporting vehicles.
What's up?
Outside of transporting vehicles, right?
Yeah. Outside of transporting vehicles, it's like it is a good thing to do. It does have use, and when you do use it, it is good. I just don't feel like that use is going to be very common, and it takes a very specific map to even see play.
Okay.
So like I said, that's one of the things where I think naval units I think are very interesting. I actually it's happening.
Oh,
but I think
you're
just
cutting
the
out
inherent...
again.
Okay. I really like the context that and the dynamic that naval units bring, but I think the fact that they're like so limited in what maps you even play them on, really hampers their value.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't think there's going to be a single unit here that I place higher than an A if I play.
Yeah. So, moving on to the cruiser.
So the cruiser was the one that was it fights the subs, right?
It fights submarines and air units.
Yeah. I'll be honest, I don't think this is very good.
No, everyone
air...
agrees cruisers are ass. Like, they're 18,000, but they get countered by battlecopters, which are half the value.
And they're supposed to be able to fight aerial units. Yeah.
Yeah, in fairness, they at least one-shot a battlecopter, but battlecopters fly, cruisers don't.
Yeah, and like you're limited to just the sea, whereas the copters have the entire air.
Yep.
Yeah, if there were like a big open, if there was like a big map that had like a wide sea so that you could go in for both air, naval, and then you had stuff on like I'm imagining like a map that would have to make these good. You'd have to be like, you have like you know the 5 on a die, like when you roll a dice, how the 5 is split up. I feel like you would want a map like that, where the black pips on the die are land, and you're fighting for stuff on with like your regular ground units, and then all the white is ocean that you could use naval and aerial units to duke it out there. That's where I think these would value. But you would need like a map like that to like actually get value like that. And that's like, and it would have to be a very so that like you actually have reason to want to like put out a naval blockade. Like I think cruisers are probably a C.
Did you have one thing that I like? You can actually use them to do that APC strat with battlecopters.
Oh, you can? That's kind of cool.
And
oh yeah, because the copters can land on. That's it's still that is cool. I actually do like that. That is a nice utility. I still think just the inherent like issues with them put them in C tier for me.
Yep.
I really don't feel that there's going to be a lot.
You're not gonna find many people who like cruisers, to be honest.
Okay.
Alright, moving on to
Subs,
submarines.
I feel like I got baited.
In what way?
I built the submarine because I thought it was going to be cool and it was going to do things. This thing fucking did nothing. Holy shit, this thing did absolutely nothing.
You mostly use subs to chase landers and counter battleships.
That doesn't fucking matter for anything.
And they're 20,000.
If the cruiser does not matter in most games, countering the cruiser is even less valuable.
No, it gets countered by the cruiser.
That's even fucking worse. This is like a D tier. That being said, we get to battleships. Battleships are kind of my go. This is the unit that made me like actually like naval. These things are cool. These things just are like, yeah, aim and fuck that area in particular from all the way out here, and I think that's really cool.
Mm-hmm. They have the highest range of any indirect. 2.6.
Yeah, which was fucking sick. I think if they weren't so expensive and you were able to build more of them, what I would want battleships to be able to do is I would want them to create okay, so you know how we have tank, medium tank, a neo tank.
Yeah.
I feel like battleships need like a small and a large version, and battleship medium version, because the ability to be a direct unit is such a cool dynamic, and I would actually give a lot of value to having naval units, because you could be like, okay, I'm not winning on land, but I could use my sea units to come across here and fire as indirects to be able to pelt this from a safe range, and then these naval units could be the landing spots for my air units to jump in and be able to give either air support to my ground units or to be able to like break down an entrenchment. Like, I feel like I want the utility of a cruiser where like things can land on them, and the ability to have an indirect for the that has like the super wide range on the sea to be a more accessible unit type, because I feel like that's what's holding naval
So
units back.
It's funny you mentioned that, because Dual Strike introduced a new unit called the Carrier, and it's essentially like a battleship but a missile, where it fires on air units instead of like other units, and it's got a 3.8 range, and you can like land units in it, like not just copters but also bombers and fighters.
Oh, that's fucking cool. Yeah,
Yeah,
no, that
but like
sick.
it's fucking 32,000.
God damn it.
So
But listen, I understand why the name in real life is such an expensive thing, because if you've ever seen an actual battleship, these things cost trillions of dollars to make a single like giant battleship.
Mm-hmm.
And like there's a lot of value to them, but like one of the interesting things about military is they are so expensive to make that it's like you hear that like a country has I think I remember hearing the U.S. had like, I don't know, like 10 or 12 of them, and it's like only 10 or 12, and then you realize they cost like $10 trillion to make one.
Yeah,
of them.
yeah.
Like, oh,
Battleships are just an obsolete thing ever since like some of the world wars, I think, because they're just so expensive, and there's like easy ways to counter them, so like all that money just went to fucking waste. The only reason the U.S. still has battleships in its navy is because we just have those old battleships from all those fucking decades ago, and we just kind of have them because it's like well, we might as well make them have value. Most battleships that are alive today are just like museum exhibits, because like we can't afford to lose these. But America, being America, is just like, oh, we might as well keep it in our fucking navy. Like it might do something.
Yeah. Like, yeah. Which is like, but like I'm saying, in the terms of like a tactics game like this, I feel like battleships have such potential to be a really cool unit, to be able to add this third layer dynamic to the game. And that's why I have a soft spot for the battleship, because the one time I got to use it, it felt fucking sick. I felt so goddamn cool putting out the battleship, moving it, and just unloading on that island that I shouldn't have been firing on, because you had already hit it in the first couple of turns. But like the fact that I was able to do that, and the fact that I feel like I could have maybe moved it in and tried to like fire in on other things, like it added such a cool third dynamic to it that I really wish I could have seen.
And to its credit, it forced me to build a submarine to deal with it.
Yeah, like.
But you want to hear something incredibly busted? What they did with the battleship in Days of Ruin?
Sure.
In Days of Ruin, it can move and attack on the same turn.
What? Yo,
and,
that's crazy.
and its price got reduced to 25,000.
Yeah, like my opinion is that naval units need to be kind of juiced up because of the inherent downside of them being naval units is so bad
Yep.
that I think it's fine to make them like do good things with less restrictions because the restriction of being a naval unit is all such a heavy restriction.
So where do you rank the battleship?
I want to put them in B because I actually really like them. I think objectively though I think they are significantly better than. Actually, you know what? No. Put them in C, put the cruiser in D, and put the sub in E. Yeah, just move them all down. Yeah.
Alright, there you have it. There's Hector's list on every Advanced Wars unit from 1 and 2.
Yeah. Yeah, I think my favorite unit to use was the battle. I wish it was better. I wish there were more cool things they could do with it, because that was just fucking cool to just, like, set it out there and go, fuck that area.
And,
Ooh.
like, dude, it's so disappointing that Drake's battleships are not any stronger than anybody else's.
That is so sad. Oh my god.
Yeah, Drake doesn't get a firepower boost on his naval units, which is so fucking unfortunate.
If he did, it would be fucking sick because you could put out battleships. And it's like, if you put out a fleet of battleships, what the fuck is the opponent gonna do? You're gonna blow them out of the sky. You're gonna blow them off the fucking coast.
And actually, in Super Famicom Wars, they could attack air units too.
Yeah, like, oh yeah, like I don't know what who thought that they need to add more restrictions to the naval units. If I could redesign the name, I would remove a lot of the restrictions because I think them being naval units is already bad enough.
Mm-hmm.
Being like you like I feel like you could like list all these upsides and then you put like in red ink at the bottom is a naval unit and like everyone's opinion is like, man, that sucks because being a naval unit is really bad.
We haven't played Dual Strike, but there is like a really cool naval unit they added into Dual Strike called the Black Boat, and it's kind of like a cheaper lander. It costs 7,500. It can't move vehicles, but it can still move infantry, 2 infantry, and what it does is it can actually repair other units.
Like while they're hanging out on it?
No, what it does, like, when it moves to an adjacent unit, it will heal it up. It costs money to do it, but it will heal the unit up by 1 HP. It's basically like a medic.
That's really cool.
Yeah, it's like the one unit in Dual Strike that I actually like. I hate like a bunch of the units Dual Strike introduced, but the Black Boat I thought was fucking sick. I think it costing like almost half the price of the lander was a mistake, because it kind of makes the lander worse by comparison. Even if landers are still necessary for transporting vehicles, but like the Black Boat is still like a really fucking cool unit. And like the APC, it like replenishes their fuel too.
Yeah.
But yeah, now it's time to... That was a good killing of an hour. Let's go do some versus matches now.
Sure. Let me clean up and set up real quick, and we will get to that.
Hey, Xander. Close Chrome. Hey, you triggered the Lady Bobot command. You have returned. Nice. We just finished our little tier list. Yes, I would like to connect. I had my old, like, super mini fridge that I found upstairs and I brought it to the basement, so now I just have 6 Pepsis chilling there. Supporting the homies, yes indeed. Oh, wow, Sander's not on my thing anymore. Yeah, you weren't on my invite list, which is a little weird, but... I don't know, I'm sure Nintendo did something stupid. Alright, I'll just wait for Hector and then we can decide what kind of map we want to play. Although I'm not banned online, I don't imagine you are. They did have a console update, so maybe that's the reason. If you didn't update your console yet. Did update it yesterday. I wouldn't worry about it, it's probably nothing. You back?
Yep, I'm back.
Alright, sick. I'm guessing you didn't unlock any CO.
No, like I said, I didn't get to play a chance to.
Alright, that's fine. What kind of map were you looking for this time? And who did you think you were gonna play?
Hold on, let me pull everything up.
I can share my screen.
Yeah, you're good. Because I do remember there were a couple of maps I was looking at. I was like, oh, that looks like it could be from last time. Okay. Honestly, the thing I have noticed is I fucking hate mountains. Mountains suck.
Yeah, mountains are kind of ass.
Yeah, like Volcanic Isle looks awful.
I don't want to pre-employed. Anything catching your fancy so far?
Definitely not triangles. Holy shit. I wouldn't mind trying Fist Peninsula, even with the mountain range. It's small enough that I think...
That gives me a huge income lead, though.
Oh, it does. Fuck. Maybe Saber Range?
This looks like a weird map, alright. But sure, we'll try it.
Yeah.
Who are you planning on playing?
No idea. I was thinking about hitting random.
Random. I don't even know who I want to play on this map. It's such a nothing burger of a map to me.
That's kind of why I wanted to try it.
Yeah, I
It
guess
was just
so.
to get like a clean basic.
I guess I'll play Jess then. Why the hell not? I don't really play Jess that often.
Okay.
She's also bad, so it's pretty balanced, I think. Alright, I sent the invite.
Yep, just got it.
You know that the online mode is up to 4 players, right?
Yep, there we go.
I think a Max versus Jess match would be kind of neat.
Max, you think?
Yeah, because they're both like, they both have really good ground units, so, and they have like very similar powers.
Okay. Yeah, I'll do that then.
It's kind of, like, I think Max is clearly better, but like I think it's an interesting matchup.
Okay.
We're relatively similar.
Yeah. Okay, so I have 5 then.
Yeah, so I have shitty infantry, so I'm gonna have an uphill battle here. I would like to do Advanced War 2 combat style with you. Sure, we'll find a day for that.
Alright, I think the first thing just has to be make 4 infantry. I don't think I have enough.
Yeah. It's a very low-income looking map.
Yeah. Yeah, it kind of feels like it's going to be like limited play in that. Okay. I go.
What are you thinking?
I think I'll follow it up with this.
Alright.
Okay. Yeah, I think I'll do that. Interesting. All right. What do I think this engagement is going to be about? Because you have the tank, which means you've already got the most powerful unit, but it came at the cost of having a bunch of it versus my slightly more powerful units. I think I might lose in the tempo, but I want to try something. I want to see if I can make it up. Yeah. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Hmm. So that's so good. Oh wow. Hmm. All right, we have some spice about to happen. I'm interested to see how this goes.
Your brother's graduation on those days. Okay, okay, cool.
Very interesting.
I am definitely feeling the first turn advantage already.
Yeah, I am too, but I am also feeling like I'm getting I
nationals for robotics. Nice.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna take it. Damage subtle narrating. Okay, yeah, I definitely feel the first. You're shitting out. You're putting out guys to try and take me, but we are very much like beating each other back and forth. Yep.
God, my infantry are so fucking bad.
So, okay, if you're... So it says 49% and you have 5 health. Does that mean it's not going to kill, or it's just... Or it's likely to kill?
Depends on your luck roll.
Okay. Okay. Just wanted to make sure.
I would say that's likely to kill.
Yeah.
You'd have to get like a 0 on luck. Gets to stay in a hotel, watch a football game, and compete. He won silver, was selected to be someone's partner. Nice.
I think I want another recon in her.
Well, I didn't kill because I'm Jess.
Rip Jess.
What an awful CO.
Yeah.
You can shoot one more space from your movement, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
You can push B if you want to see attack range.
Okay, thank you.
I'm not even having fun with this map, to be honest.
Yeah, it feels like I kind of pushed you already. I do want to try and finish it out, but I'm mostly just trying to figure out the tactics of everything.
Yeah.
Is it better? Yeah, I think it's better to just...
Linda, what are you doing?
Yeah, I think I'm just gonna do this. Yeah. Oh, I've had to move that unit. Fuck. Oh well. Rip me.
I don't think I mean, what's that mech gonna do to me? I don't think I'm even gonna shoot at it.
Fair enough. It's crazy how much of the game has already changed on your turn.
Yeah, for real.
Oh, I thought that whatever. That was my beat.
yourself, kitty.
Yeah, I think more bodies is just better.
Yeah, there's like nothing I can do. Even my power won't save me because I don't have any vehicles. But yeah, fuck this. I'm resigning.
Yeah, you're fine.
The first turn advantage is just too great on that map.
Yeah, I felt it once I was like, oh, I just get to, like, push out, and then, like, I made it a recon first, and I was like, this is awesome the entire game.
I knew from
That's
just
kinda what
looking at
happened.
that map would be full of issues, but it's whatever.
Yeah, it seems like symmetrical maps are just, like, really powerful. Like, like, I really feel like the more I play this game, the more, like, especially for, I feel like you need asymmetrical maps, and the second player needs to be given some kind of extra advantage on the backside.
Usually in competitive Advanced Wars, they have player 2 start with either an extra city or they'll have an infantry fielded out immediately.
Yeah, I feel like that needs to be added so that the game progresses much easier, because first turn advantage is so powerful. All right, I'll let you pick the next one that you think would be interesting.
I'm not super picky, to be honest.
Okay.
Just as long as it's not pre-deployed.
That's fine.
Actually, Crater Isles could be fun. Although, like, you start with a massive income lead, but I get more bases, so... I'm not sure how balanced this will be, but I'm fine with shit.
Could it be balanced out if I pick a worse CO?
I mean, everyone you have is kind of good. Besides Andy.
Like, I was like, if I play Andy on this map?
Andy still has Hyper Upgrade, though, but if we play Style 1, that might be a bit more fair.
Sure.
Because Andy's terrible in Style 1. That said, who the fuck do I pick then?
Pick whoever. Like, this is
I
more about
don't want, I
the
don't,
experience.
like, that's the thing. I don't want to, like, absolutely crush you by picking someone good, but...
I mean, I think that's kind of like, I think that's perfectly fine to do. Like, if you pick, like,
yeah, like, you already have
or
that,
even
you already
Tommy.
have that super big income. I'm gonna pick Sammy.
Yeah, like, I think that's perfectly valid.
Make a shout out. Yeah, we shout out all our streamer pals here.
Hell yeah.
Blue
Yep, there you are.
Sammy.
Yeah, I'll pick Andy.
Style 1 Andy. Nasty.
All right. Yep, I'm ready. Yeah, no, I think this will balance it out a bit more.
Hopefully. Because I already see one trick that you could do that'll just ruin my fucking day.
That depends on if I see it. All right, so we start out with 11,000.
Yeah, and I get like 5,000, I think.
Okay, and these are cities. Okay, so I think the first thing I do is build this here. 1, 2, 3, and just spend my income and go from there.
Oh, I have 4,000. Lovely. This is really all I can build.
Yeah. Okay, I already feel the advantage.
Ah, well, it's play it out a bit.
Yeah. I already see the you get to do this, which is really nice. Like you just get to immediately move out. But I'm already feeling that first turn of we're just kind of going.
You base locked yourself.
Why can't this move over? Oh, is that what you mean by I base locked myself?
No, I mean like you moved your APC on your base, so now you can't deploy anything from that base.
Oh yeah, I wanted to move this guy in.
That's a mech. Yeah, it has less movement than infantry.
Yeah, that's my B. Whatever. Mistakes were made, that's fine.
Honestly, I kind of need the mistakes.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel it. Okay. Forest cost recon 2 spaces to move through?
3.
3? Jesus. Okay. Treads don't have any issues moving through forest, right?
2 movement for forest.
2 movement for horse? Okay. So be able to move 3. Okay.
You could push the R button to see movement types.
Yeah. I just forgot. Thank you, though. I appreciate that. Yeah, I think I have to do that, and what? Wrong button. There we go. Yeah, mistakes were made, but that's okay. We're learning.
I don't know if this is supposed to be your chat or what, but I thought you might be focused on unnoticed on the lower right. It says application error, client extension, etc. What?
Wait, what? Hold on, I'll switch over to the Twitch.
Application error? I don't see it on my phone.
I don't see anything either.
In my chat, you say?
Oh no, I do see it. Never mind. Yeah. It's one of your browser sources. Yeah, it's very so. Okay, if you look on the Twitch stream, right above your the infantry, or right in the middle of the infantry that you're currently on, it says application error, client side exception has occurred, or whatever has occurred. Yeah, it's really weird.
Oh. I think that's my fucking Throne browser source.
Like we said at the beginning of the stream, chat, technology is difficult.
that fix it? No. No, I think it did. Okay, yeah, I just refreshed the throne source. And now it's gone.
Weird. We have no idea why that happened.
No, I don't use OBS. I use Streamlabs.
Yeah, okay. Cool, we got it. Alright, so I believe it's currently your turn?
Yeah, I had to fix that error or whatever. Thanks, Throne. Yeah, I can't really build much, though.
Yeah, I feel the income difference, but I do think you might be able to make it up in speed.
I have an actual day-to-day, so that might help me.
Yeah.
Mechanized infantry. Oh, I didn't shout out, Styrian.
Sure.
Wait for that after the G shout out. How's the Advanced Wars going? We are advancing the wars alright. I'm teaching Hector how to play.
I've been enjoying myself quite a lot. This game is actually really, really fun. I think the biggest hurdle for me to get over is planning very far ahead, which Boo is very good at. I can tell.
You cut out
several steps ahead. Oh, I said the biggest thing that's like
you're cutting out again.
Super far ahead. God fucking damn it! Discord, please. All right. The thing I like is the planning ahead. I'm not planning super far ahead, but I'm noticing the little intricacies of like, oh, if I had done this last turn, I could be in a better position this turn. Which is something I think Boo is very good at, is his planning ahead is very much already set in stone about like what he wants to do. Which is something I think is really, really cool. It makes your planning, planning things out so it makes how you plan things out so interesting, and just flexes a part of my brain that I don't get to flex very often.
Yeah, it's pretty nice. Honestly, like, that's probably why I just started preferring this over Fire Emblem, because Fire Emblem, like, it is a strategy game. I'm not going to say there's no strategy to it, but it's so simple compared to the strategy in Advance Wars, and like, I feel like I'm playing baby mode when I go back to Fire Emblem. I'm just like, man, I want to play Advance Wars now.
Yeah, like, I feel like Fire Emblem is more about the individual units and the complexities of, like, your builds and how you equip them, whereas Advanced Wars is very much more about the macro, overseeing like what you're individually going to be doing, planning things out. I wouldn't say I like one specifically over the other one, because I actually feel that they scratch slightly different itches, but yeah. I do feel a big cerebral push on my brain when I'm playing versus when I'm versus Fire.
I think part of it is also my first Fire Emblem was FE6, and that was like one of the harder Fire Emblems, so I kind of like, that's the base difficulty I kind of expect out of Fire Emblem, and so many Fire Emblems are so much easier than FE6 that it just doesn't like, it doesn't satisfy that itch, so to speak.
Yeah.
You fool, I'm Sammy, I'll still capture that property.
Yeah, well, I had to try. Okay.
I will say, though, it feels very wrong to be playing Sammy and being blue.
Blue dabu dee dabu die. Oh, okay, this is really interesting. Oh my god, I'm sorry, I'm kind of losing myself right.
What's wrong?
There's so many cool things I feel like I could do, and I'm thinking ahead on, oh, but if I do this, but I also like, I'm getting decision paralysis, but in a good way. Like, I like this. This is super cool. Okay.
Yeah, there's a lot of depth to it. You'll get used to it.
Yeah, no, but I like it. I like the depth. I feel this is really cool. Like, because I have enough to build a meat tank right now. It's like, that kind of goes over the top of everything. But I'm also wondering if that's even a valuable commodity to have right now. Because it's like, I've already got the most powerful units on the field, but I'm not even sure if that's what this map is going to be about. I kind of want to do it just to see what happens and and see if I can try and win on that axis. But I'm not even sure if that's going to be the axis that, like, actually wins me the game. If I even do win this.
Yeah. I know what you mean. Well, fuck your infantry.
You're like, I'm getting in. Yeah, like, see, this is what I'm talking about. It's like, I feel like I'm like, I've got the most powerful units on the... But I'm not sure if that's going to be the axis that actually matters on this map. Like, I feel like I might just actually get Zerg Rush. Like, it almost makes me feel like my first play should have been on this far left base, making a recon and trying to harass you with it early.
That's the thing I was thinking about earlier. Just, you have a road right there.
Yeah,
if you build a recon, I have 4,000 income. That forces me to build a mech and base skip.
Oh, that's so fascinating. Oh my god. Yeah, the brain itch is so... Oh. Capture here, that's happening regardless.
Either way, I'm getting one of those cities.
Yeah. I think I have to do that, though.
Actually, I think I just get both, honestly, because I'm Sammy.
Yeah, probably.
Oh, I love Style 1 Sammy.
Yeah, I really like it really did even out the stuff, because I do feel like I am actually rushing against you, which is not a position.
Because, like, if this was Style 2 Sammy, I'm not sure that infantry would have survived with that 1 HP, because I have 10% defense on... I have 10% more defense on Style 1.
I can't. Oh, I. Oh, okay, okay. Hold on.
What you gonna do?
I like. I have the income to try and experiment with fun things, but I feel like experimenting is going to make me. That sounds more fun, so I want to do that. I'm going to do that.
What kind of experimenting are you thinking? A rocket?
That type
Okay.
of. Yeah, that type of experimenting.
Alright, interesting.
No, my dude. How dare you? He was my dude.
It sure was. You know what, though? I want this city.
No! I wanted that city.
Too bad.
Damn. Oh, fuck.
I got max luck roll on that.
Holy shit. Fuck me. This is fucking wild. Holy shit. Yeah, I think you've turned the corner. That was a fucking spicy turn. Holy shit. Oh shit. Jesus Christ. That fucking sucks. Holy shit.
I love Style 1 Sammy.
That was fucking stupid. Holy shit. Holy fuck. That was wild. Holy shit. I need to get my dudes over here. Holy shit. It took a tank to kill your infantry. That was fucking stupid. Holy shit. Do I have any more units? I do have another unit. Okay.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Like I said, I feel like you've turned the corner, and it's really fucking cool that you did.
You don't get to have that city.
No! Fuck me, Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ, he's Jason Bourne. Ow. Ow. Bruh! I'm tired. I'm tired, boss. This hurts. Holy shit. Why does that do nothing? Get out of here. How? How does it only do 35? I'm effective against you.
Because I have 50% defense on that mountain.
Yeah, I know. It's stupid. Holy. That's so good.
I love Style 1, Sammy.
Holy shit. That's just a suicide. That's just a suicide. Yeah, man's gotta retreat. Jesus Christ, I can't do any damage.
Andy is balanced with no weaknesses.
His weakness is he is Andy. Because holy shit, I do not feel like I'm doing it. God, this sucks because it's like, I'm thinking of a plan, but it's like if I wanted to enact that plan, it would take 2 to 3 turns, and by that point, I don't even know if that plan... because of the position I'm in. Oh, that's so fucking wild. Okay. I think I have to move this guy here regardless. Because what I do, all of my... have to figure out. I think I just need to start tanking. I think I just need to bring these units in and hopefully they can do something. That's not a big hope. What the fuck? Get out of here. Holy shit. Dude, what the fuck is Sammy smoking? Holy shit, what the fuck is Sammy smoking? What did you feed these men? God damn! Like, listen, I get it, hot woman, but holy shit. Bruh. Holy shit. Oh, sorry about that. Ow. No. Holy shit, my dude.
Oh look, you got hyper repair.
That does jack fucking squat.
You can heal 2 damage.
I will attempt to capture. I don't care.
Yup.
Why the fuck? I don't even think hyper repair does anything for me, so I'm probably not even going to use it. I need to harass the fuck out of your infantry units. most. This might be the lowest value, or this might be the most value I can get out of I'll take it.
I can fix any
No, you can't. You can't fix this situation, Sammy. Or Max.
repair.
Sammy is just crushing us too much. Yeah, just heal up. There we go. Probably should have done that in reverse or whatever. I don't care.
With Andy, he's like one of the few where you could do it at the end of your turn.
Double time.
Because, you know, you take engagements and then heal.
Yeah.
Not the worst thing in the world you can do.
I am terrified of this, though.
Oh, you don't like my 50 plus 50 attack power on my infantry? And 1 movement?
No. Not at all.
Why not?
Why would I like that?
Because it's funny.
Fuck! Why did that do so much?
Don't worry about it.
Oh my god. Pain. Pain Pecco. Yep.
Oh, and you know what else I get?
What?
All my infantry get 30 plus defense.
Yep. What the fuck?
Hey, you made my mech run out of ammo.
Yeah.
Good job. who was just too good at this game? Maybe.
I mean, I'm certainly feeling it. Like, he is certainly dislodging me on this, which is very painful. Like, I unfortunately have to concede some areas. And that's okay, but, like, I am definitely out of here. Sure, why not? Make it explode bigger. Yeah, I think I might just have a slow inevitable death, but I do want to try to make it more difficult for you.
Alright.
Yeah.
But we can't spam.
It's how I gotta keep these infantry out. It's the tanks that I'm worried about now. Yeah, that's fine.
What are you doing, Linda?
Linda, help me.
She's just sniffing the ground. She doesn't seem interested in helping you.
Damn. Linda, the betrayal.
That's just what Linda does. Another medium tank. Well, that's not very nice.
Gotta do something.
All your base will belong to us.
Yeah, a little bit.
Oh, what do I buy now? Game looks cool. I want to try it at some point, but Nintendo never lowers their prices. I mostly use my Switch for Ring Fit. Yeah. Nintendo do be stingy like that.
I grinded out a whole nother ability that I'm just gonna say. God damn, this has been a slog. I do feel like
You feel like you're what?
I'm losing ground.
Yeah, a little bit. Bye-bye, medium tank.
No!
Oh, I got another max luck roll.
God damn it.
Uh, yeah, why not?
Shoot.
I'm all ripped up. Hyper repair.
Did not feel like I did a lot. Probably because it didn't. This music may be bopping, but I ain't doing shit. That's just like nothing. That's just actual nothing.
It's time to die.
Yeah, that's what it feels like.
Double time.
Yeah, I think this is just the like kick in the pants that just like that lets you overtake both fronts. Yep. Fucking Christ. That one was to be expected. Bruh. If all of that just kill one of those motherfuckers. You know, I think the writing's on the wall. You got it. Oh, I meant to concede.
Oh, I'll just end my turn then. You can just
Yeah,
proceed. Yeah.
Yeah, you're fine. Options, yield. Yeah. Yes, I want to yield. Oh, God, that's brutal.
It's an interesting map.
Yeah, it really is.
Because,
I
like,
do
if you
see
don't
where
rush
the-
blue player immediately, like, they just stomp all over you.
Yeah, I don't. I realized that after. I probably should have rushed. I didn't play until like turn 3. I was like, and that's what I was talking about. I have such choice. There's so many avenues you can take, but like the choices matter so much in the immediate. Give me a second.
Yeah, let me crack open a new Pepsi.
You're good. But yeah, no, the like just the planning required for all of this stuff is just like so many turns ahead. Like I felt like I was holding that left flank or the right flank pretty well. I feel like the left flank got lost pretty quickly. Like I was committing resources to defending it just to try and slow you down. But honestly, I think like it's really weird because like there are so many times where I feel like maybe I should yield, but like it feels wrong to just give. Also, mountains are not the impassable things that I feel like that I thought they were. Like your infantry being able to move through those was such a backbreaker on so many occasions.
Yeah, double time makes infantry ignore mountain terrain, mountain and
Yeah,
rivers.
I was just like, holy shit! I thought I was like safe behind this mountain, and then you just like walk past it and just like annihilate me. I was like, fuck me. Oh my god.
Yeah, that's like Sammy loses that in Advance Wars 2 with their double time, and like Sammy is still fun to play in Advance Wars 2, but when I play Advance Wars 2 Sammy, I'm just like, man, I wish I was Advance Wars 1 Sammy.
Yeah, it's crazy. Oh man. Okay, yeah, I think I got one more.
Yeah.
But oh god, this is so fun. Yeah, like chat, if you have not bought this game, please buy this game. Like, we are not sponsored by Nintendo. Like, God forbid if we ever were, like, but like this game deserves more. Like, who has sold me? Please go buy it if you enjoy.
What kind of map are you thinking?
Enjoyed any of our stuff. Like, this game is super.
Yeah. I feel like it'll get more fun once you unlock more COs.
I mean, even just the base COs, I'm very much enjoying.
Mm-hmm. But it's just interesting seeing all the little matchups and such.
Yeah, like I said, it's because like my tier list is like my tier list matchups that I had in my head. A lot of them are coming true, but a lot of them are actually changing ways, and I'm trying to attribute how much of that is the unit versus but it's still so fascinating.
So what map are you thinking?
I'm kind of good for another like low powered one. That one was kind of interesting because I like the low resource, but I do want to try something with air if there's anything like that has a good
Air units,
so that we can use like
let's
like
see if we can find air units. Oh, we play triangles. Oh.
no. How about this? The only way we play triangles is if we both gentlemen agree to deploy our units on the opposite side, take the bases, and then fight each other.
That might work, honestly. Yeah, because like I don't think there are many good maps with airports on Beyond.
Yeah, because like I feel like
there's Rainy Haven that has airports.
This one?
Yeah.
And this one has seaports too, right?
Yeah, it sure does.
Yeah.
It's a weird map. It's not symmetrical at all, so...
Yeah. How would the first turn advantage work on this? Because...
Oh, I see a problem. We only have one base.
Oh, yeah, no, fuck this. Fuck this.
That's gonna be, like, super fucking slow, then.
Yeah, I don't want to do one unit pass.
This has airports. But there's mountains, and you don't like mountains.
Well, if we have airports, we can kind of circumvent the mountains, so that's not the worst.
Oh, this has missile silos, though. That's a little complicated. This has no...
Yeah, I don't want to do one with missiles. I feel like missile silos to the silos.
It's pivot isle, but I start with a big income advantage. Well, if you want to try the one with mountains, then...
You know what? The more I'm thinking about it, let's not. So let's find something better. I'll put off my the air.
Alright.
I'd rather have a fun one on the last one than one where I'm experimenting and something goes for.
Alright. I feel like we could make Rail Straight work, but I'm not sure.
I'm not super sure on it, because this is the one where
But you also had Sammy and I was Eagle in a naval map.
Yeah, but I mean, even with that, like, I still agree. Like, I still don't think I should get access to the stupid island first. Like, I think even without Sammy, I think that's still too much of a first turn advantage to be a
Possibly.
fun. What was Crater Isle? What was that one again?
Crater Isle. That's the one we just played.
Oh, okay. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, this map selection. We need to, like... I think I'm going to, like, go to the competitive website and, like, try and make some of... Like, try and make some...
maps?
Like, yeah, try and recreate some of the maps and put them on custom, and we'll try that.
That sounds fun. Okay.
Because there's actually, like, no maps with airports.
Yeah.
We could try Beaker River again. That has airports. Unless
Okay,
you want to try something new.
No, let's do this one again. Yeah, let's do this
Like,
one
this
again.
is literally the only map that has, like, any good airports.
Any good airports and symmetrical. Yeah, let's try it.
Yeah, who are you thinking of playing this time?
I don't know. I'll just random select. I think that's more fun.
Alright,
If I get
the only
someone
problem
absurd,
I have with random select is, like...
if I get something, if someone's absurd, you can switch.
Alright. What do you prefer, style 1 or 2?
I'll leave that to you. I think it's whichever you think is more fun.
Honestly, kind of depends on the matchup, to be honest. That's why I ask who you want to
Okay.
pick.
I'll just pick Max again. I'll just pick Max and like play low power.
Alright, we'll do style 2 this time, if you're gonna pick Max, and I'll pick Eagle.
Okay.
That way we don't have... Because now that you're, like, somewhat familiar with the game, we don't want, like, completely overpowered fucking units.
Yeah.
Plus, I just enjoy playing Eagle.
Yeah, I figured. He seemed like your favorite.
My favorite is Convey, but you're not ready for Convey.
I don't think I'll be ready for Combe.
I mean, I could pick Colin, but... Like, the reason I like Eagle is because, like, he's got a good day-to-day, but he's not fucking broken, you know?
Yeah.
Oh, you're picking Andy?
Is that what I just said? Okay.
I thought you said you were picking Max.
Oh, yeah, I guess I'll pick Max then, yeah. I thought I said Andy, like, in my head. Okay.
Well, if you're gonna pick Andy, like, do you want to pick Andy or Max?
I'll pick Andy, because that's what I meant in my head.
Okay, yeah, then I don't want to play Eagle if you're gonna be Andy. That'll just be not fun. That'll just be completely unfair.
That's fine, it's fine.
Okay, oh, you know what? I'm gonna pick Olaf. That way we're both vanilla.
Okay.
I think that sounds fun.
Cool.
Plus, I just really like the Blue Moon troops.
Olaf is the GOAT.
Olaf is pretty awesome. He's one of my favorites, definitely.
There we go. Alright, there we go. Andy.
I have been thinking of making a tier list of, like, my COs who I find most fun. Maybe,
Alright, so
maybe-
let's...
So maybe I'll send that to you after this.
Okay, let's see.
two members of the cat family are distinct from all others, the clouded leopard and the cheetah. Clouded leopard does not roar like other big cats, nor does it groom or rest like small cats. Cheetah is unique because it is a running cat. All others are leaping cats. They are leaping cats because they slowly stalk their prey and then leap on it. Thanks, Saribot.
Thank you, Saribot. Alright, let's go that. My opener.
Sick.
Imagine that.
Hey, look, we're actually matching our nations for once.
Right?
You know what else pisses me off about the online?
What?
So Xander made a custom map, and in custom maps you can like make the nations whoever you want, right?
Yeah.
So she made Green Earth and Gold Comet, but when we play it on the online, it just forces us to be Red Star, or Orange Star, and Blue Moon again.
Oh, that's shitty.
Yeah. Oh, and I actually do have a second player advantage. I'm closer to my base than you.
Yeah. I noticed that immediately. I was like, oh shit.
Yeah, like at a glance, it just looks like a mirrored map.
Why does your music sound so ominous?
Why does what sound so ominous?
Your music. The player 2 music for...
Because in the Advanced Wars 1 campaign, Olaf is the first person you fight, and he's... without spoiling it, I mean, do you care about spoilers?
No.
Okay, well, it's trying to trick you into thinking that Olaf is the main villain or something. Because, you know, he is, first person you fight. I muted before spoilers, and now I'm back. Cool. Sorry about that. Like, when I
No, you're
stream... When no, I'm apologizing in the chat, but
Oh, okay.
I usually stream with the mindset that chat does not care about spoilers, so I apologize in advance.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll take the bait.
Yeah, why not? Let's snooze some ads.
Alright. This is actually a pretty cool map.
Yeah, it's pretty nice.
That feels like it's really ambitious. Like, this is happening. This feels ambitious. Fuck it. We do the ambitious play. Oops. Let's go for our tank. Another pack. No, you jerk. How dare you do that? Mm. Mm. Oh man.
Yeah, you kind of got out first with the battle. Wow. Feels bad because you just get to harass my transport copters with your battle copter.
What's your question?
Oh no, I was just commenting. It feels bad because I feel like I've already lost because battle copter gets to just harass my. Oh, this is spicy. Oh no. No! Not Blizzard, no! I can't move! You bastard! Oh, that's brutal.
I normally like to save up for Winter Fury, but there's actually strategic value in this Blizzard.
How the fuck do I deal with the battlecopter?
Anti-air tank.
Yeah, I know. I'm just like, fuck me. I can't even move up the mountain.
Nope.
Holy shit, that's so... Oh my god, that's so cancerous. Holy shit, fuck you. God damn it.
Oh, trapping my battlecopter, huh?
Yeah, it's about the only thing I can do so I can actually, like, get my air support going. Holy shit, this... It's so snowed over, I can't even move woods. Holy shit. This is fucking brutal, dude.
Yep.
Holy shit. I feel like I wasted... I feel like you just time...
You feel like I just what?
Like you just time walked me. It's a Magic the Gathering. Like the most iconic spell of doing that is called Time Walk, and it's just a got an extra over the other play, and
That
that's
whole,
what it feels
that
like.
whole
You just did.
sentence just got cut out.
Motherfucker. Okay. Time Walk is a Magic the Gathering term.
Okay.
It's named after a card that says take an extra turn. And when we say that in Magic, it just means that you did a play that effectively got you another turn's worth of resources in that play. And that's what it feels like you did to me here. Like, not only did you advance your board state by, like, pushing ahead, you locked me down so I couldn't push further, and now you're going to take that advantage and push further into me.
Yep.
Which is brutal. Which is absolutely fucking brutal. Oh my god. Yeah, because I can't do anything. I think I can lock down your battle. But, like, cool. Like, I wasted a turn. Like, you basically made me do nothing on my turn while you get to move. Get the fuck out of here. Holy shit, the thing was obnoxious.
Time for a tune-up. Hyper upgrade.
Still does nothing. Hmm.
Interesting choice.
Yeah, I feel like I want to start trying to clear this like center area, and I don't think I have a way to do that. This. Hmm. No! How did you already get your power back? Oh, jeez. Yep, that's spooky. shoot it. Here. How do you refuel? You have to land on a city or an airport?
For a transport copter, you need an airport or APC.
Okay. Oh shit. Well, I may have two battle covers or two transfer covers are about to blow up. Rip me! Mistakes were made, that's okay. Mistakes are what make this fun. Yeah, I think I just have to go from here. No! Holy shit. No. He'll survive. Trust. I believe. Private Jenkins would never fail me. See? He didn't die. What fuckery are you trying to do?
Don't worry about it.
I'm very worried about it.
Well, don't.
Damn. Shit, he's right. He's right, chat. I won't worry about it. Well, these are about to just crash. Because I can't make it to the airport.
Well, we still got a little bit of fuel in them.
Why did that feel like it wasn't very effective?
Like seeing I could fix the mistake and reroute, yeah. What you gonna have that thing do?
Try and push in. God, that's so difficult because, like, this battlecopter kind of threatens me a bit.
That's why I had it chipped with the infantry.
Yeah, I'm just like, oh man, this is so difficult. Because, like, I want to deal with this battlecopter 100%. Problem is, I don't think my battlecopter deals with it. It really doesn't. Like,
It'll deal about 4 HP of damage, but it's gonna heal 2 of it back.
yeah, that's what I'm worried about. And then, like, then my battlecopter's just in the rut.
Yep.
I feel like you're baiting me with this 1 HP tank that I could kill, but like it's already on its deathbed anyway. That doesn't feel like it does anything. We'll do that. I think we'll just wait here. God, this is so fascinating. Alright, let's go. You keep threatening me with that fucking blizzard again. I don't want to get again.
Oh, I have something much worse than Blizzard planned.
Yeah, I know. Jesus. Yeah, I think this just has to retreat.
Gonna wander off, have fun. Okay, thanks for joining us.
Thanks for joining. We appreciate it. I don't appreciate the asking you're about to get though. I feel the bullshit about to hit me.
There will definitely be some bullshit.
Yeah, I'm just like looking. Yeah, I think I just saved that. Hold on. 2 HP and 10 defense. Does that if I use my superpower or if I use my power, does it drain my entire bar?
It doesn't drain your entire bar, but you do use more than it's worth.
Okay. Oh man, this feels so bad. I would just be doing it for what, one of these guys? I mean, he's basically dead. I didn't even damage him. Whatever. Okay, yeah, I think that's got it in my turn. Oh boy, here it comes.
Can you withstand the cold?
I probably can't, Olaf.
Winter Fury!
I like the heavy metal remix. Fuck. And I can't move in on any of this shit.
Fuck off, you stupid fly.
Like an actual fly or my copter?
An actual fly. It flew in my face. Your copter is pesky too, but there was a fly that flew in my face that was more.
Yeah. Flies are obnoxious. They're starting to come back up here.
I feel like I'm getting baited by this fucking transport copter, but I don't care. It's threat. Oh no, my console battery's dying. We'll finish.
Oh no.
Get the battle chopper.
I can fix anything. Hyper upgrade.
Interesting.
Just shore up my defenses. That didn't matter, apparently. Oof. Oh my god, how was this going like this? Holy shit. Drop him later. I don't know what you're doing and you're confusing the fuck out of me.
I'm doing a lot of things.
Yeah, and they're all terrifying and confusing. And I think that just shored up the game. Yep. Oh my god, this is so terrifying. Oh my god. Boo, why are you like this? What did I do?
You didn't get the game sooner.
Damn, shit, he's right, chat. Fuck me, goddamn.
Let the wit
That's so brutal. Oh my god, that's so fucking brutal. Is there even any... is there even any way I can...
I have no idea, to be honest.
Because I think I'm just, like, stun locked. I don't think there's anything I can actually do in this. Because I can't get to my base, and you're just going to take it over. And you have the defenses to, like, to slow me down enough to get the 3 turns on it. Yeah, I think this is just... I think this is just checkmate. Because, like, I can blow up this stuff, but that doesn't actually matter. That's not what the fight is. Like, boom. Boom, I killed an infantry, boo. Killed another infantry. I can't get past the mountain. Yeah, I don't think there's anything I can do here. I think you got...
Off to bed, have a great rest of your night. Alright, take care. Hope you have some good sleeps.
Yeah, there's not really anything I can build to, like, I'll build a recon down there faster. Yeah, I just don't see a way I win. Oh. Oof.
Yep.
Yeah, I lost. I just don't have enough force to, like, break through your shit anymore. You've strangleholded me out of this one.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, I think I'm just gonna concede on this one. Good game though. That was the fucking brutal.
The what was brutal?
The freezes where you froze my team.
Yeah.
Where you froze me and forced me to like stay put, and so I couldn't outmaneuver you. Those were brutal. That was crazy good.
Yeah, it's why Olaf is one of my favorites.
Oh man,
I hate
Yeah,
fighting
my
him.
Switch-
I hate fighting him though.
I can imagine that is messed up, but that was fun.
Yeah, I'll see about downloading those maps, but we'll probably try doing this again next week.
Yeah, dude, this has actually been so much fun. I'm gonna put my Switch on the charger though. I am running out of battery.
Oh, one last thing before you go, like, since you like played a little more, did you have any like changes to your tier list?
Yes and no. Like any changes I feel like I would make, I feel like are a little bit too early for me to make changes on, because there are so many things that are contextually powerful about certain units. Like battlecopters feel like they're really scary when you don't have the anti-airs and to like deal with them. But like once you get the anti-airs, they like that triangle formation I was talking about on that holds up really well. But it's really, they're a lot squirrelier than I thought they were going.
Yeah, that's why I was kind of surprised you considered battlecopters the weakest of the trio, considering they can just fly out. They can't just fly away from your anti-air range, and what's your anti-air going to do? Cross mountains?
Well, because like my thinking behind it was that like if you have an entrenched anti-air with tanks on the ground to be able to like if you're trying to fight a battle on the and like the combat is about the like battles on the ground where I'm using my tank to defeat infantry, fighting tanks back and forth. If I post an anti-air and its effective range is in that area, it doesn't feel like you could fly a copter in to try and like break that without committing it to getting hit by the anti-air. That's where my thinking. But the way you played it was you made it a lot more like outmaneuvering and like getting in then getting out, or getting in and then breaking that open and then forcing infantry in front of it so that it doesn't have to take the bad matchup.
Yep.
Which was something I didn't think about. I was like, oh, that's really smart.
Mm-hmm.
So I still think there's some merit to what I was saying, at least in theory. I'd have to continue to play to try and...
It's pretty map dependent, but when you consider competitive maps in mind, there's also a bunch of rivers that anti-air can't cross that battlecopters don't care about. Like, you know, they're mainly there for your infantry to have a way, like a faster way through things than, you know, tanks who have to go around the river.
That's fair.
But, maps are full of that, and that definitely increased. Like, you know, there was a lot of choke points on that map, so anti-air could be pretty nice there because, you know, you have to use your battlecopters to break through the choke points and all that, which kind of limits where you're putting your copters somewhat. But in more open areas, or like maps with mountains or rivers, for instance, chasing an anti-air or chasing a copter with an anti-air becomes a much bigger fucking nuisance, and those copters are harassing your tanks, and, you know, what are you gonna do exactly? So often a good challenge for a battlecopter is sometimes just a battlecopter itself.
Yeah.
So that's why I think tank battlecopter is actually better than tank anti-air. And it's part of what I like about Eagle so much, is because because his battlecopters have that increased firepower and defense, he'll use a battlecopter, bring an enemy copter down to 2 HP, and he'll be left with like 9 HP and like not really care. That copter can still fuck up a tank pretty badly, and he almost doesn't need to build anti-air.
Okay. Yeah, the dynamics are really interesting, but yeah.
Anyway, that'll probably do it for us. Any last things you want to say to chat?
Nah, I'm good. This was just a lot of fun to do. Actually, no, I do have something to tell chat. Buy this game. This game's fucking great.
Buy Advance Wars, chat. Who the hell am I gonna raid? Yeah, why not? We'll raid our friend Liz again. Oh shit. Alright, I have no idea what my plans for streaming for next week are. We'll just figure it out as we go, but...
Yeah, we'll just keep our ears to the ground.
Yeah, alright, see ya guys once the raid is ready. Awesome.